Okay, we're live here, part 52 for the Crew Cab Coronet. Let's make sure that we're working out here on the car. There it is. All right, we're working on the rocker panels, dudes. It's that structural piece that's underneath the doors. Now, if you don't know what rocker panels are, it's the sill that's on the bottom of the door, and in this particular car design, that sill underneath the doors holds the front and rear of the car together. So yeah, we got to make sure that that gets patched and it's nice and strong and it doesn't suck. So I'm gonna head out there, stand by for loss of signal from the office. As expected, we will get out into the garage here in a second. I'll see you out there. Hello? Testing. Oh, geez. I'm sorry. That's a little bit loud. Let me switch to the other mic. You know, I should probably. Are you awake? Are you sure? I was going to say I should probably go read the manual to figure out. Should probably go read the manual to figure out how to not have that happen, but I don't know. I don't know. Maybe, figure it out. That's future EJ's problem. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you got it. You got me. You know what I'm about. Okay, so where we last left off, we were working on our rocker panels up here. Let me put us up on the front camera here. All right, so how's the sync? Good, bad? It actually doesn't look too bad. Good, excellent. Let me pop out YouTube and Twitch over here so I can see all the chats. You need to be able to see all the chats. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, so we're working down here. You can't see it because there's a quarter panel in the way. Here, let me just see if we can just move that out of the way just a little bit. Down there, that gray stuff down there, we're working on that. And I have a hole in my boot. There's a hole in my boot so a snake could get in there, and then there'd be a snake in my boot. freaking YouTube dashboard takes so long to load. All right. There we go. Astronaut guy, you tried to repair your string trimmer or whatever it's probably called. The motor burn melted. Now I have to pull out the motor. That's fine. My spoon is too big. My spoon's too big. All right, we're working down there. Let me switch over here. So this, let's see how this looks in retrospect compared to yesterday. Actually, that's not bad. I remember looking at this yesterday. I'm like, wow, it sucks. It looks so bad. But actually, no, that looks rockerific. Yeah, this is the piece we got to finish today. That's quacktastic. Whack, whack, whack. Sweet. Yeah, let's do this. So this is the last, well, not the last bit. We got to do this. We got to fill in the blanks over there, but this is more or less what we have to finish here. We got to find a home for this piece right here. This is a huge structural component because once again, it's a rocker. It connects the front and back of the car together, but it also is where your transmission crossmember, when it's intact, it should be right here, and it butts up against the back side of this panel. So we gotta finish working on this. All right. So this piece, what needs to be done? We got to punch the holes for the plug welds. We got to punch the holes for the plug welds with the punching tool, and then we got to paint it. So we're going to watch some paint dry. I know why there's a hole in your boots. It's to get your foot in there. Oh, yeah. The patches are looking good. Dude, yeah. You know, I wasn't happy with it yesterday, but, you know, I kind of slept on it, and now that I'm looking at it, it's fine. That looks fine. I was a little bummed about my plug welds, but looks fine to me. It's definitely strong. It's not strong. That thing ain't moving. All right, so let me get my punch out. We're going to punch some holes in this to plug weld it, and then we're going to paint the front and the back. And then, yeah, then I think I have enough gas left in the welder to weld it, to weld this one in place. Let's do this. Let me see if the compressor has air in it. If it does, I don't need to turn it on, and I don't need to blow your eardrums out. Yeah, it has pressure. Let me just make sure it's off. Sweet. Ah, sweet. Should be able to come back this way and yeah, just fall over, whatever. And we should be able to punch the holes in this. Let's put this down right here. So we got to punch the holes in that, and then we have to, yeah, baby. Stay. Yeah, we got to punch the holes in this bad boy. Then we got to paint it, and then we got to mock it up, make sure everything's good. I mean, we did most of the mock-up yesterday, and then we'll zap it in. There's your problem. It ain't got no gas in it. Yep. All right, let's do this. Let me think. Yeah, that's what I want.
figured probably better to, you know, put a mask on here when we punch the holes. So I'm just basically trying to go every inch. That one's a little bit far. So this is a pneumatic punch. It just punches holes in it. The reason why I wanted to punch holes in this thing is so we can weld it. I have a lapped piece that we did yesterday. Yeah, my spacing got a little screwed up at the end, but that's okay. We used this, the Chief punch right here the other day to flange something. Like if you look on the back side of this thing, there's like looks like a kind of a lock, like a jaw piece. This thing actually goes down and it puts a ridge in the metal, and then this side you can punch holes with. I forgot I had this when we started making parts for this the other day, but yeah, we do, and it is cool. We have them, and they're neat, and they're very useful. Because I just put the flange in. All right, we put the flange in yesterday. See how there's a ridge piece? And now I have the holes so I can weld. So we have the original rocker, and I can just cut it and make sure that it's more or less straight. We can butt it up against it, weld the thing, and then, yeah, it makes it easier because you're not seam welding as much. You're just plug welding. What car model? Drama, this is a 1969 Dodge Coronet. It's a Coronet 500. It's a sedan, so it's got 4 doors. Not all sedans have 4 doors. Throughout automotive history, this one does. The reason I call this project the Crew Cab Coronet or Crew Cab Charger, you could call it either one. The reason why I do that is because the Coronet and the Charger, along with the Roadrunner, GTX, Satellite, Daytona, and Superbird are all on Chrysler's B platform. So the idea here is that, I mean, basically these are Dodge, this is a Dodge Charger trunk. It's the same thing. I mean, the Charger trunk is just a little bit different because it has the gas filler on the side. But these are Charger wheel wells, or Coronet RT wheel wells if you like Mopar. I mean, it's Crew Cab Charger or Crew Cab Coronet. The reason why I call it Crew Cab is because we got 4 doors. It's not a 2-door. It's not a short box, right? So, yeah. We're also going to make this thing go absurdly fast, too. I'm going to put a 5.7 Hemi in it with an 8-speed electronic transmission behind it. And this thing is going to go very quickly. You could have used this a bunch of times. The amount of drill press holes I have done is not trivial, yeah. Yeah, that puncher is super useful. All right, so the next thing we got to do with this piece is I'm going to mock it up again, just make sure all the holes line up, make sure everything is good, and then we have to, yeah, let's go down here like this. Then we're going to have to paint it. So this piece is designed to go right here. It's very important that this piece is flush against this. It has to be flush. If it's not flush, the transmission crossmember won't mount to it correctly. Okay, that looks good. Yeah. What do you think? Look good? It's not bad. Now, don't worry about over here. We're going to have to That got warped when I welded it in. I put too much heat into it. You know what? Just give me one moment. I'm going to go on the other side of the car, and I just want to look at the rocker and how it's connected up over there. Just to make sure that I can see what this all kind of looks like. We can just put that there. Or we can, and gravity will just be our enemy. All right, I just want to look at this on the other side of the car. I mean, it's rusty, but it's, yeah, it's there. Yeah, I just need to see if that edge is straight or if it goes straight down. Like, how's the cross member? This is the piece that's supposed to go to it. So this piece goes longitudinally in the car right here, right, more or less. And that metal plate, guys, the one that we just made, this thing butts up against the metal plate with these two flange pieces. Now, if we look at these from the side, they certainly look angled to me, right? This is going to be flat. That's definitely angled. So, all right, well, that pretty much answers that question. I'll just look at the other side to be absolutely sure. Ninja Kitty, what's up, dude? Question for EJ or Chad. I just got a wood board fall off of a work truck and smash into my windshield. Large spider shatter on the passenger side. Am I safe to drive it to a body shop 15 minutes away? Just finished talking to your insurance. Yes, just drive slow. Yeah, you'll be all right. I'm sorry that happened. Did you get the plate for the truck that it came off of? Because, yeah. Unsecured load is borderline, like, criminal behavior. Yeah, wave them down. It took a minute. All right, cool. All right, well, that's good. Yeah, honestly, Kitty, you should be fine. Did you have time to water the plants today? I did not, Bree. You got to water it. Yeah, you should be fine. Just, yeah, don't drive fast because the arrow pushing up against it could crack the glass more. So yeah, just what Element said. Don't drive slow. He's got you. So yeah, I mean, I'll figure I'll answer. It's laminated glass. All windshields are. Now what does that mean? So in between, it's two panes of glass technically, and then sandwiched in between them is a laminate. Like think like the same thing that you use to laminate paper. It's clear, you could see right through it and you wouldn't know. Right? But what that does is prevents the glass from shattering and going into your face if your windshield gets hit, like what just happened. Now compare that to the tempered glass that's on the side. Tempered glass is the type of glass, like if it hits, it's going to shatter into a bajillion pieces. Like if you see in the movies, like there's a gunfight and right, and then like the back windshield shatters and all the the tires deflate, the windshield shatters into a bajillion pieces. It goes everywhere. Leaves a bunch of redneck diamonds all over the place. That's tempered glass. Your windshield is not made out of that because when you're driving down the road, right, if something hits your windshield, you don't need to get glass shrapnel in the face. Yeah, laminate glass. Good idea. She's some finster. Shoot the glass. You had a Final Destination panic when it happened. Yeah. Stuff going into your windshield, and particularly like going through your windshield, is no joke, dude. Yeah, no, that would freak me out. I'd be like, you know? So, yeah, no, Kitty, very normal reaction, I would say. You're fine. You're good. Take it to the body shop. Just drive slow. But yeah, laminate glass protected you because it's laminate glass. This thing just moved. All right, that's not going to move. I got to check the other side real quick. Oh, there's a welder in the way. I got too much. You know what? I got too many car parts in this damn garage. We got to start putting more of them onto the damn car, so I don't have to walk all around them all the freaking time. All right. So first of all, this rocker is awful. It's just as bad. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, this rocker is hosed. Yeah, just like the other one. It's very, very bad. It's definitely superbly rusty. It has a mouse nest in it. And it's also tilted. So, okay, that's the information that I wanted. All right, well, we got our work cut out for us over there when we go to do that. That's going to be fun. I'm going to have to completely like rearrange everything in the shop so I can get cameras over there. Oh, man. Either that or I'll just do the other rocker off stream, guys. Wow. Yeah, that one it's got some holes in it. I also think that if I just looked at that right, it looks like the driver's side splash guard is gone. It's not there. Let me just make sure I saw that correctly. It's rusted away, which is, you know. Oh, no. That's just the floor. All right, we're good. Splash guard's intact. Yeah, the splash guard's there. It's fine. Yeah, we're good. I'm just looking around. There's a little bit of rust. It's not too bad, though. It's about the same condition as the other side. Yeah. Don't worry. That wasn't the splash guard that rusted away. It's the hole in the floor. I know because I looked up and saw the brake pedal through it. So yeah, we're good. It's just the floor. It's not anything we didn't know. I have replacement floors. All right. So where's that metal piece? So we put it down there. How does it look? All right. What do you want? Rev sharing on the Artemis 3 announcement video. Nope. Hold on one second. Yep. NASA's announcement got rev. I'm rev sharing with somebody. No, how about not? I just disputed it. YouTube usually releases it if it's NASA. So looks a little low on the right-hand side. So Tessa, the bottom edge of this is all different shapes and sizes. The rocker that's on the far right, the triangular shaped one, is the height that it needs to be. Yeah, it just got claimed. Yeah, well, like I said, dudes, stuff does get claimed, but I will admit YouTube is really good about releasing NASA stuff because it's NASA. They're like, you're disputing this as public domain. What's your reason? It's NASA. Everything NASA does is public domain. Right? And YouTube has been like, yeah, that's right. And they release it. Yeah, so YouTube's actually been pretty good about that because I'm just like, dude, it's NASA. It's all, you can go look this up, you know. Everybody has the right to restream that video. Even if it has copywritten music in it. So, yeah, just saying. No, the one to the left, it doesn't line up. It doesn't line up how? What do you mean? You're talking about over here? Yeah, don't worry about the bottom edge. Just look up here. That's what I'm really looking for. Get rid of this. Yeah, the reason why I wanted to go look is because this has some angle to it, and I wanted to make sure we got the angle right. And I'm pretty sure we have. Nice. Yeah, these bottom edges are not going to, they're not going to line up exactly, dude. It's okay. All right. Cool. I'd say this thing is good to paint. So, yeah, I also have my welding wire going through the hole in the floor where the transmission cross member should be. So, you know, whatever. It's fine. Cool. That's going to be a-okay. All right, to the paint booth. So, Tessa, the bottom edge, I gave myself a little bit of extra material down there on purpose. When everything is welded in, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my long level. I'm going to put the long level to the bottom of the quarter panel, level it, and then basically mark where we have too much material and then go through and just trim it down so it looks nice. Because I figured my idea there is that, look, we could sit here taking days just trying to, cut it and, take a little bit off, take a little bit off. Or I could just overestimate by 1/8 of an inch on every panel, and the cuts don't have to be straight, they don't have to be perfect, right? And then we'll make them perfect later. Right now it's just about getting that structure back in. It'll get fixed in post. That's right. It's easier to remove later than attempt to add later. That's right. So, to the paint booth. And it's also 2024. This is the part where we watch paint dry. Are you guys ready? I'm just going to move my heat gun out of the way. I'm using weld through primer here. This makes it so I can weld through this. This will prime it to make sure it doesn't rust. And even when later down the road, when the car is working, it won't rust. Or when the car is running, it won't rust, especially for this seam where there's metal on metal. You don't want water to get trapped in there. So, let's see, how can we do this? Let's do this way, ready? So, ready? Make sure this works. Let's get all the edges first. Just get the center. I'm also going to open up the garage door so we can ventilate. It's clean. I had to ventilate someone. Oh, we got a nice breeze. Oh, that's nice. Sweet. It is hot out there, but that's okay. No mask? Yeah. If I was painting like the entire car, yeah, absolutely. If I was painting a bigger panel, sure. That's what is it, 17 inches by 4 inches or 14 by 4? Don't worry about that. That's fine. Yeah. I mean, it's not, but it's okay. If you wanted to be perfectly safe, you'd wear a respirator here. But I'm venting it out. It's not a big deal. That and the primer smells good. Why don't you put that piece of metal up against your trans cross mount and check angle? I did already, Couchy. Love the smell of primer in the late afternoon. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to get my heat gun. I'm going to get the heat gun and I'm just going to flash that paint. I like doing this so we're not sitting here watching paint dry for like 30 minutes. If you heat up the paint, it'll cure. All right, I do believe this thing does want a second coat. Hold on. Got another email. What's this one about? Claimed again. Different claim than before. Actually, two different claims. It's that goddamn background music, the one that was overdriven and obnoxious to listen to, that got freaking claimed. Dude, I don't think you want to take credit for that steaming pile of shit that is music. But whatever, that's just me. Somebody wants to take credit for it. Yep, got to dispute that one too. Lovely. Whatever, dude. Whatever. Just, yeah. It is what it is. Freaking 5-hour VOD with 95% of it being me talking. Nope. Nope. We're sharing revenue. Dude, why don't you share this? Son of a... Let's work on the car. Share this, you son of a... I'm just going to get the backside of this right now. I like hitting it with the heat gun. It heats the metal up and the paint will cure to it, which is good. Valid crash out for real, dude. Unfreaking believable. It's kind of funny somebody wanted to take credit for that pile of dog crap music. Battle, what's up, man? I just have something I want to get off my chest for a sec. I hope it's okay. Sure, man. I've owned my first and only car for 8 years now. It's a 94 C-Class. All right. I can't afford the repairs and gas for it after my commute got longer a year ago. Tomorrow I will deregister it in favor of driving a more affordable car. It's breaking your heart a little, Hopefully someday I'll get the time and money to restore it just like you. Yeah, I hear that, Battle. You will, as long as you want to. You will. That's a cool car, man. 94 C-Class. Cool. Nice car. Yeah, you will. Dude, look, as long as you want to, you'll do it. This car, I bought this in 2013, dude. Yeah, me and my buddy bought it to flip the thing, and then we just never did it. So, I drove it. I got it running and driving in 2017. I was only working on this for a little bit of time. I did it off stream because I didn't think people wanted to see car stuff, which was dumb. I should have just streamed it on YouTube at the time, but it doesn't matter. But there was that damn non-exclusivity clause, which is why I didn't. That's what the full story is. I forgot. Dude, long story short, the Coronet, I decided I wanted to, have fun with it and drive it and do cool stuff with it in 2017. And yeah, I ended up, it basically, after summer 2017, it basically sat in my parents' driveway while we were working on the 59 and we were doing stream things. And then through the pandemic, I'd go and work on the 59 and this thing basically just sat outside. So it sat for a long, long, long time. So Battle, what you should do, okay, drain your fuel system completely. Seriously, run the thing dry. I know you said you can't afford gas. If you have to, take your fuel injection system, undo it, and then just pump it into a gas tank. Drain the thing completely, okay? Drain it completely. Now, if you're gonna leave it parked, all right, start it up every weekend. 5-10 minutes. Start it up every weekend, get the motor up to temperature, and then maybe move it back and move it forward, and that's it. That's all you gotta do. You just gotta work the systems every once in a while. If you let it sit, it'll break. It will break. Everything will get crappy. Your brakes will get messed up. Your oil, the oil will, water will pool in the engine, water will pool in the exhaust. It'll rust it from the inside out. Don't do none of that crap. You have to sit there and you have to make sure the car gets up to temp. This is basically what I do with my Mustang during the winter. I have an 08 Mustang GT. It's a fun car. You guys don't really see it too much because I'm working on all my other stuff. But that's my daily in the summer, that and the 97, the F250, the Tough Enough. Yeah, start them. Even during the winter, even in the middle of the blizzards, I was starting the Mustang, I was starting the 97, I was starting my 59, which is out under a tent. So, yeah, Battle, just, yeah, start it, move it every once in a while. I'm honestly thinking every weekend. It's gonna take 15 minutes of your time, dude. Just start it, set a timer for 15 minutes, go do something else, and then come out and shut it off. Or, once it's up to temp, move it front and back, make sure the brakes work, and just leave it. Because I didn't do that with this. And gasoline got the carburetor. It ruined the fuel system. And then I had to fix it. And then I let it sit again, and then it ruined the fuel system. And then we moved to this place, and I got it running in 2022 when we moved here, and then I let it sit. And in 2023, I had to rebuild the carburetor again because fuel kept destroying it. With the car in here now, I don't need to worry about it as much, but all of my other operable vehicles out there, I start them. It's sitting now, you're starting it up. I did start it 2 weeks ago. Yeah, it's just, it had open exhaust, so it's kind of loud belt fed. But yeah, make sure, I'm serious, get the thing up to temp. 15 minutes. Just go start it and go do something else. That keeps these things alive. The worst thing that you can do is let it sit. So if you want to restore it someday, don't do what I do and let the stupid thing sit, because then everything breaks. And this is a simple car. This car is not nearly as complicated as a 94 C-Class. Just food for thought. Okie dokie. That's got to go just a little bit more. We're waiting for a part to dry. Yeah, Arnaga just took care of it. I did him a favor. All right. Wait for that stuff to dry and then we go. That works too. Yeah, I don't care. Just guys looking for a rise. Just another fucking virgin watching Twitch. You can't fucking do what I do, bitch. Anyway, moving on. All right, so once I tack that into place, we'll start working on the trapezoid and stuff. Okay there, Jeff Portnoy. Screw you, man. You can't do what I do. Thank you for getting that one. That was an obscure one, dude. I'm blotting so I don't have to deal with this dribble in other chats. Oh, man, the guys in other chats, Dama? Jeez. Yeah. See, like, guys, normally I would afford more patience, but honestly, yeah, been through a rough couple of months. I don't have any patience. You know, I'd be like, oh man, I'm sorry you feel that way. No, fuck off. Get out of my chat. I don't care. I don't. You ain't here to learn nothing. You're here to be an asshole. So, like, I don't have the patience for that crap. Like, you know, I try to talk it down to show people, like, you know, and you know, we'll get back to doing that one of these days. I'm just Titan. Titan's barking at something. Hold on. Oh, he found a bunny. Oh, he found a bunny. Titan. Papa bear. Hey, buddy. There we go. Oh, no, I was about to say stop barking, but now he's barking like crazy. Okay. Yep, I'm just going to let him bark. He's in the backyard. Yep. Yep, he's, yeah. He's not happy. He can't reach the bunny. Yeah, exactly, Spicy. There you go. Dogs bark. It is what they do. Okay. We're pretty clean. Let's go back over here. Yeah. Stay. Dude, I don't know if you guys can hear him. He's going to freaking town, man. Man. It's because he saw a bunny. My doggy saw a bunny. Put the bunny back in the box. Put the bunny back in the box. No, that's not right. It's still crooked. Tighten, shut up. Let's try. There we go. That looks pretty good. Once again, I still have to, we got to figure out what's going on over here. Yeah, making that little piece is gonna suck, but I might just bridge that with the damn welder. Nah, we'll make a piece. That one's gonna be a little bit weird, but the reason why I left that shape over there, dudes, is because that is a really, something weird happens with the stamping right there. This part's straight, and then it kind of goes from this, you know, like up curve shaped, like it's shaped like this, to being flat. And yeah, there's just something funky going on over there. But yeah. All right. All right, let me check inside of the car. Give me one sec. All right, you know what? I'm gonna open up the door. I'm a little bit worried the metal's a little pitted on the back side up there. But I think we're in business here. Just made sure I left a little bit of a gap here too, so we can fill that with weld. All right, let's tack it. I need the welding equipment to do that. We need the welding paraphernalia. All right, that piece is looking good. That little triangular part on the right, I'll figure out something to make that. We'll probably use CAD for that piece just because it's a weird piece. But that main rocker looks good. Yeah, that'll work. Titan's like, bunny tastes good. Well, he stopped barking, so that means he either got bored or he got the bunny. I don't know. Nah, I live in the woods, Spicy. Don't worry about that. Ain't nobody around here. All right, let's turn the gas on. Damn, dude. I think I'm gonna have to go refill the gas tank tomorrow. We have 20 bar left in the tank. About 400 PSI. That's low. There should be like 3,000. We might, I might not have enough gas to finish this. We'll find out. Let me get my welding jacket on. And so anyway, I started tacking. Safety squints? Nah, we do it right. I don't need to. The sparks from the welder, they don't really hurt when they hit you. It's a little bit annoying because it's like a pinpoint 2nd-degree burn, right? Doesn't really hurt, it's just annoying. What's up, Captain? Forge, Jesus, what the hell is this? I don't know if I told you this, but you were actually the reason that I started to work on your fastback. I mean, she's in the UK with a 5-liter Coyote engine. She had a 390. I used to try and run in the driveway. First, I got death threats from your neighbors. I took it to TUV for checks and I got a warning letter due to asbestos in the clutch. The local city representative also got the letter from TUV and they even warned me not to work on it in your driveway. They even checked my driveway for oil stains. A couple weeks later, I tried to send them a letter asking if I can take it out of the country for repairs and they said no. So essentially the car was held hostage in my own garage. I had to write it off as scrap to be shipped to Morocco, then back to the UK. If someone tried to do that here, Forge, they'd be dead. Well, you have oil stains in your driveway. Get off my property now or you die. Good thing we stopped worrying about that in 1776. Yeah, man, that's some ridiculousness. I mean, like, Forge, I don't mind TUV. I understand, like, if you have roads with no speed limits, you probably want to make sure everybody's car isn't a jalopy like this pile of junk. But not working on it because of an asbestos clutch, so you can't work on your car because the government is worried about your health. Okay? I'm gonna weld this, all right, in my shop where I can build a car and not have somebody worry about it. But yeah, I'm glad it's getting worked on, dude. That's stupid. That's just, I can't believe that. What'd you do with the 390? Don't tell me you scrapped it. Yeah, I mean, at least I own it. If I rented, I would have been evicted from the house. Paul, I watch, there's a YouTuber I watch every once in a while called I Did a Thing. And he built like a pulse jet and put it on a boat, which is pretty cool. And the police kept coming to his house for posting a YouTube video of him making pulse jets. Yeah, right, Biggs? Crazy. Yeah. The police keeps coming to his house because of noise, and he lives in the frigging woods. Like, dude, you did that here? That would be bad. That would be, yeah. I mean, it depends on the state, but I'd at least be polite. I'd be like, yeah, you can leave. You can get out of here, get off my property, please. You know, other parts of the country might not be so lucky. All right, let's make sure we got, yep, we got gas, we got flow. Cut this down, put my welding gloves on. All right, let me just check for fitment again, just to be absolutely 100% sure. We're good to go here. All right. Ready? was not a good start, but we got it. There we go. Good. That's a good plug. Perfect. All right. Now I'm going to go to the other side. See if we can get that thing over there. Pretty good. Missed a small spot at the bottom. I'll just get it real quick. Yeah, not my best work there, but that's okay. All right. Now I'm gonna let's do one of the center holes here. It did not like that. It did not like that. It blew through. Oh no, it didn't blow through. Good. Yeah, that was me. All right. Killer. That's not that big of a deal. Not bad. Not bad. I think I missed a little bit on the right-hand side, but whatevs. It's good. Very good. Sweet. Here, switch spots. Yeah, that spattered just a little bit, but it's all right. Let me check the panel for heat. Yeah, she's hot. All right, let's let it chill for a second. Actually, you know, I'll just zap that last bit that I just did. Just see if we can fill it up. There we go. Cool. All right, we gotta chill for a second. We gotta let the heat out of the panel. But we should be able to get rid of this. Nice. Killer. That looks right. It's definitely in the right spot. Sweet. Awesome. Yeah, I'm just gonna let it chill. We gotta let the heat out of that thing. Be proud, that looks great. Yeah, it's definitely getting there, dude. Here, let me give you guys a little bit of a better angle so you can see. I mean, some of those, yeah, some of the spots aren't exactly good. Those ones are fantastic. The third one is okay. Fourth one and fifth one kind of suck, but it's okay. We'll get it. There. But yeah, I'm just trying to get all that. I'm trying to get the heat out of it right now. If you put too much heat into it, it'll warp. Now, I don't know. If you guys know welders a little bit better than I do, and is like, I'm kind of like torn. Am I putting too much heat into it because my settings aren't right? Because it looks and sounds good. It sounds correct. Or is just waiting a second the right thing to do? I'm pretty sure that waiting a second is the right thing to do, but I don't know. That's ridiculous, Chief. Chief, you got to get the hell out of there. That's all I'm saying. You got to get the hell out of there. That's ridiculous. Yeah. I got nothing to say. You could spray water on it or quick blow with the air compressor. A lot less weighting compared to aluminum, that's for sure. Thermal conductivity is significantly better. Imagine I have to drill all this out and use rivets. Yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, I'm good. Yeah, that would suck. A lot. I'm worried about my compressor. The compressor doesn't have a water filter on it, guys. So if we spray with the compressor, it's going to, it'll spray water on it. I don't want that. When the color's gone, you're good as long as it doesn't warp. Mm-hmm. Yeah, just let it rest for a bit. That's what I'm thinking. Just talk with you guys for a second. So, yeah, that last triangular piece, I'm not sure how we're going to do that, but I will say what we're going to do next. So once we got the entire rocker in position, that's the inner rocker. This is the outer rocker right here. We got to do a couple of things, and you'll see this in coming episodes. We have to build reinforcement in to this area right here. So I'm going to have to find a way to gusset this to make it more rigid. We can do that. That's no big deal. I can make some parts. It's not that big of a problem. Shut off the gas for a minute. The gas isn't flowing right now. And the other thing that I have to do is I have to start sectioning the top of this to make room for the B pillar. This is for a two-door car, so you have the A pillar, right? And then the B pillar should be like right here. And then there's recess pieces back here, see this? Where the door jamb should go for the two-door. We don't have that. So the B pillar is right here. What I think I'm gonna do is just cut this out in a way that slides underneath the B pillar and just have the B pillar rest on that and then zap it to it. Either that or cut a piece out and then seam weld it back. This piece right here, I'm gonna have to cut out and replace along with all these back here because this is the door jamb. It's the door jamb for the rear door. But I do have pieces of the original car where we can do that. right here. Now, a lot of this is crusty. The inside of that is junk. See down there? But the top side, this top piece right here, that's the piece that I need. So what we're gonna do is when it comes down to it, we're going to, for the most part, take this and cut and section it out. We're gonna cut and section it so this piece, right, fits in its place from here up. And that'll also give us something to put the door, to anchor the door jamb to. So I'm gonna use a little bit of the original car. It's just this part right here. Just this piece, not the rusty part. See how, where my hand is, that's the part that I'm going to use. So we're gonna have to like kind of graft these together, which is no big deal. Like we can do that, that's easy. But yeah, that's what's coming up next. And then once the inner and outer rocker are fitted and they're more or less straight, I'll rebuild what I need to do with the inner wheelhouse. There's some parts missing right here. Once that's all good, welded back up to the trunk pan, then we come up with final fitment for this. You don't want to fit this or the trunk extension until the quarter panel is hung on this thing. You don't want to do that. The reason why you don't want to do that is because this all these pieces fit together right, and you want to make sure you got a flush fit down here with the quarter panel. You got to make sure there's a flush fit, and then, yeah, when the fit is good, then you go to tack these pieces in position. And then you just have to work on some small wheelhouse alignment here and there. I mean, I got this thing fitting pretty damn good, but we should go back through and just make sure that it's a nice flush fit here. And then we get the hole punch and we punch a bunch of holes in the wheelhouse flange and then weld them together to make one good one. After that's all done, right, and we get all of our fitment right, then we go to fit that quarter panel. And then we got to work on our custom door jamb right there. We're going to section this, right? We're going to section it to make the door jamb profile work with this. This is a two-door, that's a two-door wheelhouse from a Dodge Charger. Well, it's the same on the Charger and the two-door Coronet, and Coronet RT and Charger are the same wheelhouse, but yeah, we could just say that because it sounds cool. And this was not designed to go with that, and it makes a seam right here that I don't like. So we're gonna do some custom fabrication with the door, right? And we're going to move the door jamb. I'm gonna make a different door jamb for this thing. No, yeah, we don't have to move the latching mechanism. We can cut the old jamb off right here. And then, yeah, there's a lot of fabrication that's gonna go into that. That's the biggest reason why I haven't taken any of the doors off at all. I'm using them to check, to make sure the car is still straight, to make sure I didn't break anything. And I'm using them, I need the original jamb there and the door as well, so I can make the new profile. But we are gonna have to cut into the door. I'm gonna have to cut into the door skin and then re-weld the damn thing back up, but that's okay. Once that's all done, we go at it with the grinder, with the die grinder, and we can make a new jamb shape. That's going to be the hardest part, but once we do that, we'll be good. And then once the new jamb is in, then we got the, we got to cut the quarter down to the same shape, with a probably about a 1/4 inch gap. I mean, this actually looks to be about 3/8 of an inch gap, but that's okay. We'll make it look like it should be there. Is the original design level, or did it have a slight rake? It's level. The car would sit level in an ideal scenario. The coupes have a slight rake. The sedans do not. All right, let's get the welding paraphernalia back on and let's do this. I think we're good to put more heat into this thing. But yeah, I'm trying to get stuff done. Hey, Roadrunners, what's up? Looking good. Running into problems with the Roadrunner as you dig further into it. What's wrong? That YouTube show Rip Off Garage can do all this in 3 weeks. Well, guys, part of the reason why I'm not coming up to streams right away is just in case Bree needs me first and foremost. Like, we're not going live at noontime. The other thing is that I'm sitting here working on the car because I can just drop what I'm doing and if I'm needed elsewhere and go. Just in case. So I'm going to make some, what I'm trying to tell you is that we're going to make, in the next couple of weeks, we're making some serious forward progress on this. I need this shell good to go so I can get the lift in here. I was kidding. I wasn't. Boom. All right, let's do this. You guys ready? Got it. Just, I almost got all of the plug. It was close. Yeah, I'm letting this go too far. All right, next one. Didn't do that right. I missed. I frickin' missed. Whatever. Next one. Have to fix that one later. Pretty good. Pretty decent. All right, I'm gonna go back and fix this abomination over here. Ow! Wow, that looks so bad. Whatever. It's gonna hold, so that's fine. How's the heat doing on the panel? Yeah. Yeah, we gotta let it chill for a second again. What we can do is, there's no heat down at the bottom, so I'll put a tack in to get the two plates to be together here. I'm gonna do another one down at the bottom here. Nice. Next, we could probably get a small one right here, just. Okay. There. All right, this, yeah, we'll, It's hot up there at the top. I just want to make sure. The reason why I'm taking breaks is I just don't want the heat to, I don't want the heat to warp this. This piece has to stay super straight because once again, the transmission, the torsion bar cross member mounts to the back of this. That has to stay perfectly flush or else we could get stressed metal around a spot that's a major structural spot. So I'm being very, 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 very careful. Let's clean it off. Let's see what we can see. Yeah, some of those I just screwed up. But we'll patch them up, grind it down, make it look good. It'll be fine. Let me just check the back side of it too. Yep, it's not warping, which is good. Probably seam the inside of that, dude, just to be sure. We don't need those grips over there either. What I can do is put this right here to get those aligned. That's really solid, man. It's not moving. What? Quasi-stellar? Are you gonna throw a bead on all the seams before final painting? Yeah, I'm gonna seam seal the hell out of this thing, outdoorsman, yes. Slow down, consistency. Yeah. I mean, Sea-Kraken, part of me is like maybe I should slow the wire speed. Starry stupid joke about things being straight. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. I got you. I'm thinking turn the wire speed, the feed speed down just a smidge. It's like at 5.2, I'll put it down to 5. See what that does. You see those POV, you use too much brake cleaner memes when they hit when a ball turns out to be a crank. Yeah. Oh, Auto Metal Direct shipped the rocker caps, which is good. Cool. That was actually a good email. Cool to Michigan proof it, even if it never comes here. It might, I mean, Bob, a bucket list item for me would be to drive this to the factory that was made. I mean, the factory where it was made is basically an empty field, but it's in Hamtramck, Lynch Road. It's a Lynch Road facility, so it's kind of like south of Sterling Heights, more towards Detroit. So I'd like to at least drive it to the factory that it was made. I've done that with the Mustang. I drove the Mustang to Flat Rock, which was really cool. That was awesome. Parking the car in front of the factory that made it and taking the picture. That's pretty sick. I use a very damp rag. Just stay away from the seam. It cools very fast. Yep. Dude, I'm from Flat Rock. Yeah. I mean, in 2020, I had the Mustang there. Yeah, here, look. I should have a picture. Yeah, we did that in 2020. That was a good trip. At least I think it was in 2020. I don't know, I don't remember. Yep, there it is. There it is. The Mustang in front of Flat Rock. That's the factory that made it. Pretty cool, huh? And then I drove it all the way up to Whitefish Point, dude. I almost had that car into Canada, almost into Sault Ste. Marie. Yeah. Yeah, that's sick. So I want to do that with this car. I'd love to drive it back to Hamtramck and yeah. I mean, it would probably be when we go to visit Bree's family or whatever. But that's the other reason why I want the 5.7 Hemi in there. Fuel injection with the 8 HP, the 8 HP 70 behind it. I want to make this thing fast, but cruisable. With my car builds, I like building them for endurance. Like the 59, it's got MSD ignition in it, and it's got a 4-barrel carb, and it's more or less just a regular 302 with a C4 behind it. That's never failing. Like if you're rowdy with it, you can break them, but it's not going to break. Like if I took the 59 and we drove it to Detroit, which you kind of have to be out of your mind to do something like that, that is not a highway vehicle. It really isn't. We could change that with a Crown Vic front end, though. Someday. Yeah, I wouldn't have to worry about the motor braking or anything. Yeah, I want to do eagle heads on the Hemi, yeah. You're going to do multi-port injection on your 440? Nice. Sizzling bacon is laying a good weld. Yep, your radiator, Roadrunner's your radiator leaking brake hoses. Streaming the same stuff you've been doing the past few years. Right on. Nice, dude. 363 small block Ford, yeah. Are you swapping the drums to discs? Yes. Yeah, dude, I like I said, I want this car to be like, okay, I know carburetors are cooler. I understand carburetor, you know, you can tune it and you can change it. You change the points, et cetera, tune it with a screwdriver. I know how to do that. My 59 is set up like that. It doesn't have points. It has an MSD ignition, but the 59 is mostly analog. And by mostly, I mean all of it. The only thing, I don't think it has any digital on it at all. But that's not what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is that's that truck. This thing, I want this thing to be able to go wherever. Like, you could say whatever you want about fuel injection and ECU controlled stuff. And, you know, am I for simpler cars? Yeah, absolutely. I don't think it needs to be complicated. It's a freaking car. But also, this, like, it's not even like, oh, I left it sit for a week and oh no, it's not going to work. No, with that setup that I just described, you'll turn the key, it'll start every time. Yeah, I want to, Rares, what I would like to do is get the multi-port injection, or the port injection system. Just get the fuel injection system working. What I'd like to do is, and you know, we'll cross this bridge when we get to it, take the original Coronet gas tank and then modify the sending unit to have an internal fuel pump. You know, modify it to make it like a real sending, like a modern sending unit. We should be able to do it. It shouldn't be too hard. You know, Holley makes in-tank pumps and stuff, and you know, you got to do some modification, right? Are you going to strategically transport Sawyer to an alternative location with the Coronet? If he wanted to roll with me, I'd love to. But yeah, that's yeah. And I think we let enough heat out. I think we're good. I'll get back to this in a second. Yeah, she's okay. Yeah, that's what I want to do. And then you can buy center consoles for these cars. I want a center console in the car. I want cup holders, right? Like, yeah. Part of me is just go find a 300C that's totaled and literally lift the harness out of that. But I don't know. Like, I want this thing to be like the ultimate cruiser, but you can still get in on it and it'll still ball, you know what I mean? Proper bucket for the big pump is needed. All right, well, if that's the case, then we can just do inline. It's not a big deal. Me and my friend did that through a 67 Mustang sending unit. We did an EFI conversion. Cool. You have the Edelbrock multi-port injection kit on your big block. Yeah, X-Wing, I don't want infotainment. Just want a nice stereo, but what I want from this car is if somebody's peeking their head in here when it's done, right? They look in here and it just, you know, bucket seats, 3-point harness, or not 3-point seat belt, right? Which was a factory option, right? It'll just look like a pretty well-equipped 69. I don't want anyone to know what this car has underneath it. I don't want anybody to know. From the outside, with the exception of our profiled wheel wells, I want people to just be like, what is this? Like if I take this to a show, people look in it, they're gonna go, what the hell? All right, it's bone stock. So we're gonna have to come up with some cool ideas to hide the factory, you know. Obviously we need to find a home for the wire harness. That's gonna be fun. We need to find a home for the wire harness, and we, you know, I'll put a home for all the modern stuff. Like, you know, we should have space to take the fuse box out. We'll, you know, find a place for the fuse box that's more in line with the Dodge Ram. And, yeah. And yeah, you know, I want like hidden doors and stuff. Like if we have an EFI system, right? Say we use a Holley Terminator, right? Or like a Haltech or something. The screens for engine diagnosis. I don't want to just mount that on the dash or something. You know, I want it to look clean, right? And then if you need to get into that stuff, like you flip it out from under the dash or something, like on a cantilever or whatever, right? You flip it out and it locks into place. We'll make stuff like that. You know, or like you open the ashtray and the screen pops out, because I'm not using the ashtray. No, I don't need a screen, just hide an OBD2 port. Yeah, I mean, we could do that too. Can we hide a roll cage behind the interior trim? Not likely. That's why I'm gonna do subframe connectors and stuff. Dash panels that flip and have the radio GPS on the backside. Yeah, X-Wing trick stuff like that. Yeah, dude, like I said, I want this thing to look sick. We do have plenty of space in the back, like in the trunk and stuff. Like the trunk's freaking huge. So we could mount, you know, I don't know, like a cool thing we could do is put the battery back here. We could have rear mount battery. That would be kind of neat. But then again, yeah. I was gonna say, you know, if I pop the hood, I want somebody to be like, what is this? You know, but then again, if I pop the hood, people are gonna know. My car is not subtle like what you're going for. So Roadrunners, I want this to be like a real proper build. I've done, you know, throw together the stuff in the driveway and enjoy it. I did that with this car. I just didn't do it on stream. So yeah, that's what I want. And you know, power windows, power locks. Oh yeah, that's, dude, when I say it might be a good idea to go score like a junk 300C, it might be a good idea to go score a junk 300C instead of the Ram. I don't know, my neighbor would be pissed. He sold that to me for a good price with the explicit intention that I used that 5.7 for something, but I don't know. Yours are gonna be done right, but yours isn't gonna look stock. Yeah, see, like I said, if this was a two-door Roadrunners, I'd be in the same boat as you. I don't give a frick what it looks like. It's a two-door Coronet, that's cool. This is a four-door though. I want people to look at it and be like, huh, what the hell's that about? Yeah, I don't need subwoofers or anything, X-Wing, that's just extra weight. I don't need woofers. You can get a good sound system like in a 6x9 nowadays. Like, I have rooms for speakers back there. There are speakers that are already cut into the door panel, which I'll probably, I don't know what I'll do with that, but yeah, I haven't figured that out. But yeah, Yeah, sleeper build is not really what a like a sleeper in my mind is a car, a two-door car that looks to be, yeah, I don't know, yeah, a four-door sleeper, I guess. I was gonna say if the original sleeper and the original muscle car was a two-door with a 389 in it, like it was a Pontiac, right? Like, I don't know. Yeah, it's gonna be a sleeper, but it's gonna be more than that. I don't want it to be just, oh, it's just a sleeper. I want this to be a nice car, like a really nice car, like a car that I'm gonna hold on to for a little while. Yeah, I don't need like a big subwoofer. I'm not trying to do that. Just, I want to make an all-around vehicle, a vehicle that's good enough. Like if you want to take this to the drag strip, you could probably do like a 13 or 14 second quarter, no problem. You want to drive it to California from Massachusetts, that ain't no problem. You want to drive it to the Cape, you want to drive it to Starbase, no big deal. That's really not an issue. It's just gas prices, but we'll, you know, let's not think about that one. Yeah. And then obviously I'll put like anti-theft systems in it and stuff. And I want, like I said, I want power locks, power windows. Yeah, we'll do it upright. I want center console and bucket seats. The reason why I want that is because I want cup holders, right? Like the Ford car in Men in Black, yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, gas prices, I get 8. Yeah, with the 5.7 Hemi and an 8 HP 78 speed behind it, or an 8R70, I don't know which one it is. The 8 speed, the Torque Flight 8. Roadrunner, it'll probably get, I don't know, curb weight on this car, I really would like it to be below 4,000 pounds. If it's below 4,000, we could probably get over 20. Yeah. It's a big car, but there's nothing here. There's just, most of it's hollow space on the inside. Dupe it, I don't know about Boston, we're pushing $6. Gas prices here are around $4. The low places are at like $3.99. They make the 8-speed for your big block now, same one that it is in the Ram. Yeah, dude. Yeah, Roadrunner, yeah. They're standalone transmission controllers, dude, and they jailbroke it. So if you get the shifter, right, that's the other reason why I want a center console. I don't want a floor shifter, but the Tiptronic shifter, put that, modify that, make a bracket for it, put it in the center console, so it's where like a four on the floor shifter would be, right? And then wire that in to the standalone transmission controller, right? And then you can, there's a, the kit comes with a screen, right? And if you want it to operate in sequential mode, you can operate it in manual sequential, true manual sequential, like Formula One car. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. That's not gonna be a cheap line item, but we're not gonna skimp on this car. Anyway, let's do another pass. Hopefully I can fix my screw ups, but yeah. So no Lenco, no Lenco. But Storm, with the sequential, dude, you can drift. I've seen people drift with the Torque Flight 8. I mean, we'd have to mess with the steering angle, and I'm probably not gonna do that, but you could. Yours has a factory slapstick. Having an electric 8-speed slapstick would be awesome. Yeah. And then with the 8 HP 70, couple that with an 8-speed transmission, you don't need to put like 410s or something in the back. You can get away with 355s, something like that. Nothing crazy, right? And you can get 20 miles to the gallon with a V8. That makes 450 horse. You have 383s, yep. I don't want to put Sparcos in here. I want factory buckets. Those are going to be a little bit hard to find. If you want to buy them new, it's going to cost you. But yeah, that's eventually what I want to do with this thing. I just want to make this just wacky and outrageous. I don't want people to look at it and be like, whoa, nice car. I don't want people to look at it and be like, what a pile of junk. I want people to look at it and go, what? All right. That's my goal. Just not like, oh my God, not like, wow, that's stupid. Just, all right. Okay. Sure. Sure. Why not? Yeah. Yeah, that's, yeah. All right, let's get back to it. So I lowered my feed speed on the wire just a smidge. I think we're gonna get it right here. Let's just get in here. Can you guys see all right? Yeah, you're good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, that was very good. That was perfect. All right, next. Pretty decent.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Whoa, what's all that? What's all this then? Big Cheese, 18er. Hey, Bandit, 87-month resub. A 342 with the 8-speed would be great for cruising. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, exactly, Bob. That's it, man. Yeah, that's the whole point, dude. It's gonna be like, what the heck is this car? All right, next. Boom. Yeah, lowering the feed speed is what I needed. That's really good. Really nice. Really nice. That one did not come out as well as I wanted, but that's okay. All right, let's plug that last one in. Oh, the bead fell. My pool started to fall out. Crap. Oh, that's doo-doo. I'm gonna have to wait to fix that. All right, well, I'll plug the rest of the other welds over here. That sucks. I saw it go. I think I pulled the thing out too fast. I pulled the welder away. All right, I don't want to put any more heat into this again. So I'm gonna go down here and we'll just do the tack welds. Well, that's part of the car now. I screwed up there and there. The rest of these are kind of all right, I guess. Yeah, those ones over there are caca. All right. All right, we gotta wait. We gotta wait a second again. Okay. It's definitely getting there. Yeah, I think it would be a good idea to just seam seal all this inside and out. Cairo Bazaar is live on Battlefield and it's an absolute bloodbath. Oh, we might have to go check that out. We might have to go check that out a little later tonight. I don't know, man. Yeah. Whew. This is looking good though, man. It's not warping. Yeah, I think I warped just a little bit where I was tacking it down there. It's just a little wavy right here, but it's all right. The waviness will get ironed out when we put the rocker in. Got to make sure the hair looks good. Last, you'll like it, I promise. Is it something that has nothing to do with what I'm doing? Boss might want to see this. They're starting production again. Mark 1 RS. Huh. Yeah, how much is this going to run? And that's cool, Tessa, I dig it, but they're going to limit production to 150 commissions worldwide. It's officially licensed by Ford. It's built entirely from new with a certified Ford chassis number. Yeah, 150 of them. How much is that going to run you? $1 million for a frigging Escort? £350,000 for a Mark 1 Escort RS. Looks like that primer works really well. The weld-through primer is making me look a lot better fabricator than I actually am, Yogvan. If you had the money, you'd get one. You would spend £350,000 on a Ford Escort. On an Escort, I wouldn't pay $350,000 for a new 69 Mustang. No, absolutely not. I'd go find a junker and fix it myself. Over in the UK, Ford Escort was a performance car. No, Roadrunners, I know. It's a Mark 1 RS, and it's supposed to look like an RS Cosworth. But, brother, 350, dude, I can understand 100. Maybe 100,000 pounds. 350,000 pounds? You gotta be kidding me. You'd spend closer to 450,000 pounds for the 10,000 RPM edition. Dude, it's just got a 2.3 Mustang engine in it from a Mustang. That's it. I can't believe that. I don't know. Whatever, dude. Like, dude, even if somebody built my exact vision for this car, the exact thing, 50 G's, maybe 60. That's it. Like, I'm talking about like an exact one-to-one spec of this, and I know that would cost more money. It's a 214 banger custom job. Hey, whatever, man. That's how you want to spend your money. I guess I ain't judging. Roadrunners, we got to get our hands on a Merkur XR4 Ti. I want an XR4 Ti, and I want to put the 2.3 turbo from a new Mustang in an XR4 Ti and make a Sierra Cosworth. That will be on my bucket list of project cars at some point. They're bespoke engines, 1.8, so an 1800cc or a 2100cc. Get a Skyline. Yeah. Skyline. I mean, I would love an R32, but once again, Kuro, I'm not paying 100 G's for a Japanese economy car. The Skyline, dude, the Skyline is a fleet vehicle in Japan. I don't think people understand this. It's a fleet vehicle. So a Skyline GTR is like, think like the Skyline's a fleet vehicle like a Ford Crown Victoria is. Skyline GTR is like a Mercury Marauder. That's what it is. Only it's all-wheel drive and it's got 2 turbos on it. But that's the idea. The 10,000 RPM engine is only 80 kilos. It's a 4-banger. Now, don't get me wrong. The 1989 BNR 32 GTR Skyline is my favorite Japanese car. By a long shot, it's not close. I like Skylines more than Supras. But I can't afford either one of those, so it doesn't matter. I can't believe you just Skyline is just at us. Okay. Do you know that the F4 Phantom is flying again in the States? Yeah. Yeah, Bandit. That's the, well, it did taxi tests. That's the Collings Foundation F4. Yes, Collings is out of Massachusetts. I'm very familiar with them. Don't worry, with stable employment starting soon for me, I'll bring my R32 over to you once I have my financials sorted and can reasonably get one. I would much prefer a V6 swapped MR2 SW20. Nah, I like Skylines. Skylines, SW20s are cool, but I like Skylines. Skylines make EJ happy. Especially the R32. I don't like R33s and R34s. They don't do anything for me. They're cool. They don't do anything for me. The R32 is the one with the racing pedigree, and that's what I care about. That's why I like Mustangs. Used to watch F4's Touch and Go at Cadena at night. That's cool. I knew people in the Navy that spent their career buying Skylines in Japan and flying them back on the Navy's dime to sell them for 15 to 30K. Absolutely, yeah. Yogman, there were 2 RS Cosworths in your town, both ended in fatal wrecks. Yeah, that's generally the case. You have a soft spot for MR2s because it was the last car your dad ever owned before he passed away. Nice. They want to make RS200s? Okay. All right, we're clean again. The metal's probably cleaned off. Let's get back to it, boys. All right, gloves are over there. I mean, Tesla, it's cool, don't get me wrong. I'd buy it if I had $700 million in the bank because that's cool. But 350,000? Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. I don't need to do that. I'd rather, for 350 G's, I'd rather buy a shop and then build my own one because you could probably do that and be in for less. That's just my opinion. All right. Well, I got to fix that abomination up there that I did, which is going to suck, but... And then, I don't know, maybe I'll try my hand at a seam weld down here. All right. Stupid frickin' sparks. Well, I filled it. Almost got all of it. I'm gonna grind that thing completely off because I hate it a lot. All right, I'll get the flap wheel out and we'll get all up in there. Let me do the rest of these tack, or these spots, little spot pieces down here. I gotta back up and get it so the sparks don't keep falling on me. All right, I'm gonna try to seam it up here. Ready? Or I could just blow through. Whatever, that works. Oh, we are all the way through. That's not great. I gotta just build on the seam a little bit. Oh. You know, it's there. Whatever. It's fine. we go. Nice. 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 All right, we put a lot of heat into that thing right there. I think my voltage is too high, dude. Because we blew through up there and then I had to patch it, but whatever, it's fine. It ain't going anywhere. And I warped it. It's a little warped down here, but that's okay. All right, I'm just gonna do a little patch over here. That one sucks. Why does that one hate me so much? All right, well, that's pretty good. We're gonna have to, let me just check, let me check to see how much gas I have left here. And if we don't have enough, that we'll grind it down and that's probably gonna be it for the day. I mean, maybe I'll save enough gas just to tack this piece in over there. It does look pretty good from far away. I mean, this is way, like I said, this is 16 gauge steel. It's way stronger than the 18 that would have came from the factory. Do you have a welder calculator? I have a table, Seacracken, I have a table. It's giving me, the table gave me a nominal range for this type of steel. So, yeah, I started kind of in the middle and I've been working towards the lower end of the nominal range. So yeah, like the inside of the welder has the inside of the welding box has the, you know, your voltage and feed settings and stuff. How much gas do we have? Oh, still got 180. We're down from 200 to 180. We're good. Yeah, let's keep going. We good. Patches are looking good. Yeah, they're not, yeah, it's not bad. My welds are okay. I'm okay with them. They're not the best, but they're not the worst either. I mean, it's not going anywhere. I did warp it just a little bit right there. And that does suck, but that's why I'm starting to think I may have had the heat too high, but that's okay. It's fine. Here, look at it from over here. Yeah, you know, good from afar. No one's going to see this. It's going to be on the inside anyway, and I'm going to hit up there with seam sealer and whatnot. And yeah, there's just one weld over there that I really screwed up. This one. Right there. I'll grind it off. And then, yeah, we'll grind these things down and then, well, let me put it this way. I'm going to grind down the ones that I don't like, the ones that I'm not happy with that didn't pen all the way through, and then we'll fill them in with what welding gas we have left. All right, let me get the grinding wheel. How big is the tank? It's about half of my height, I guess. They gave me a small tank. It's not a big one, but it's lasted me the whole winter. 89 cubic feet. 89 FT3, right? Yeah. I mean, that's the volume, But yeah, it's a pretty big tank. I actually got to go to Airgas. I gotta pay. You have to have a subscription with them, but that's whatever. What don't you have to have a subscription with nowadays? All right, flap disc. Let's go. Any flap discs I have over here that still have some meat on the bone? Not really. I have a grinding wheel. You know what? We can make it work with the grinding wheel. That's fine. Just regular grinding wheel. That still has plenty of meat on it. We're good. So, yeah, I'm just going to get hearing protection on. And, yeah, we'll get hearing protection on and so the tank is about this big. It's about up to here, maybe about that wide. Oh, hold on. All right. Headphone users, this gets loud. Headphone users. Headphone users. That seam looks pretty good. Okay, now I gotta do over here. Oh, not bad. One of those welds is just atrocious. I hate it so much. Whatever. It's fine. Sorry, probably should turn it so you guys can see what the heck's going on. So the first thing I'm doing is getting the seams down here because this is where the pinch weld is. that has to be nice and smooth because that's where the rocker clamps up to it. So we'll get there too here now. Cool. Alright, you know, all these are pretty much fine. Like, they're not fine, but it's stuff that I can really touch up with the welder. It's just this sucker over here. It's not pretty. It's not pretty, but it'll work. I got, you know, all the kind of gelatinous ones. Yeah. Just ones that are just, that I'm not gonna, if I see anything weird, we're gonna move them over. It's getting there. Let me just clean this area up. Yeah, see, there's just a couple of holes here and there. But honestly, for the most part, it's really not too bad. This piece that I did yesterday. Yeah, see, there's just some spots that I missed up there. Sweet. So that's very, very much part of the car. Yeah, most of these are pretty good. They're like 90% of the way there, dude. I think some of these are just me with the right speeds, they're just going too fast. Yeah, it's good, man. That's super strong. Sweet. All right, let me get rid of a couple of these up here and then we're good. Just got to do that, and then I think that's fine. There's some spots I kind of want to touch up with the welder. I mean, a little boogery up there, but you know what, dude? It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, not bad, dudes. So the real thing, guys, the real thing that I'm looking for here, the real thing that I'm looking for is any holes, imperfect welds. I don't see any. I don't see any spots that I missed. There's just, you know, like if I put two tacks next to each other, they filled in next to each other, and there's no like little pinholes through there. That's really what I'm looking for here. I don't really see any. We should probably just go over this with a flap disc, but even the plug weld for the seat mount is fine. Like that all looks really good. It all looks like one piece, which is great. You don't want to like space the tacks out too much, right? Here. You don't want to space the tacks out too much and then have little pinholes right there. I don't see any pinholes anywhere, which is great. That shows my skills of an artist. Sweet. Yeah, this is all nice, and I mean, once again, there's a little warp right there, but I'll fix that with the hammer and dolly. We can make that straight. I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, even over here, all this stuff down here, it's all good, man. This is fine. I'm actually pretty happy with this. I really wish I didn't screw up some of these welds, because some of these plug welds are super nice. I tried to leave the nice ones, you know. I'm gonna probably just get through a little bit more up there, and then we'll go. Cool. Yeah, there's just some spots here and there that I can just zap with the welder. It will be fine. All right, how does that look on stream, dudes? Let me see. Yeah, it's really not bad. That's fine. I'm cool with it. It's okay because you did it. Yeah? Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. That's fine with me. Honestly, dudes, there's not a lot here that we need to zap with the welder. There's like 1 or 2 spots right there. Just maybe 1 or 2 spots over there. Other than that, I don't really need to, I mean, technically you don't even need to patch that, but I just don't want water getting trapped in there. So, yeah, not bad. Part of me is just grind down all the welds so it's uniform, but that would mean I have to grind up crap by good plug welds. Nah. All right, let's use a little bit more of the gas that we have left here. And I'll just zap in a couple of things here and there, and then I'll probably paint it and be done with it. Couchy, you out? Cool. Can we get a profile shot to see how straight it is? Yes. There's a little bit of waviness right there, see, Kraken? But other than that, dude. Sorry, there's a little bit of backlighting going on. You know what? You know what's a better way to do this? Hold on. You want a better profile shot? Let me shut the door. And let's go over here. See the waviness? There's a little bit right there and there's a little bit right there, but that's nothing we can't, you know, bang out. How's that, dude? Is that a good shot? Lufus says hello. Yep. That's kind of hard to see because there's this piece right here. Hold on. Let me see if I can give you more of a 3/4 profile. It'll make more sense if you look at it from right here. Oh yeah. No, that's good, man. I like it. She good. Nice. Honestly surprised how little warpage occurred. Good job. I was very careful, dude. Very careful. So there is a little bit more work we got to do with the rocker. We got to figure out how the heck to put all this together here. That warped a little bit when I originally put it in there, so that needs to be over there like that, and then I got to fill in whatever this shape is. Whatever the hell that thing is, I don't know what that is. It's just a weird relief right there. And then I probably should have just left this metal piece here so we could zap those two together. I hate that there's that just little strip of metal right there, but I think, you know, I might have a scrap piece over here that's the right size that we can fit in there. Yes, I do. I think this is from what I cut out. All right, let's see. Can I just put this little guy in here? Yeah, and then I'll just zip it off. I want a longer piece here, so when we go to put this, oh, yep, that's why. I want a long piece. This thing needs to be deburred as well. We got to deburr it, but that's the general idea. That's me. That was my phone. Don't worry about that. I hate having to keep my phone off silent, but you know, it is what it be. All right, dudes, I'm gonna take this little strip of metal. I'm gonna put it in the bench grinder. I just gotta straighten it out and make it just a smidge thinner, and then get all the damn burr off of this thing because it's a pain in the butt to hold. All right, there we go. Got it. We're good. I'm coming back. Sorry, I didn't change the camera. All right, so I just got the burr off this little piece. We're only going to use that top piece, but I'm going to have this here so I can hold it when I zap it into position. It's just going to bridge that small gap right here, and then we will truly conjoin the rocker from front to rear. Maybe use the Craig. All right, I just needed to make sure there's a good gap on either side. See, I needed to just make sure, see how there's a little bit of daylight coming through. Let me get the welding mask and gloves, and I'll just put a tack on either side here. You just want a little bit of sunlight coming through so your weld goes all the way through. And just, I'll zip the rest of this in when I cut it. And then that's just making that weird trapezoid piece up there. That's just above it. Actually, you know what, dudes? Part of me is like, why don't you just make this piece go all the way up to there? Yeah. I also don't like that gap. We got to be careful with that. I got to spot weld that really carefully. It's okay. Yeah, we'll just... Yeah, I don't want to put a seam in here, so I changed my mind. Screw that. Okay, let's get the welding helmet and I'll zap that on both sides. Paint it after? Yeah, I'm gonna have to, yeah, I have to paint that, but we gotta make sure we paint the back side of this little piece too. I'll do that at the end of the day when we're done working here. Okay guys, let's finish this or get this piece ready to go. Let me get my welding gloves. Gloves and steering wheel. All right. Contact. Gotta be very careful about putting too much heat into this thing. There. Okay. I had a little bit of spatter, which means I was not, that right tack is not great, but let's just... All right, let me just see how much pen we got on the back side of this. Yeah, they went through. Yeah, it went through. That top right one kind of sucks, but we don't want to put too much heat into there again, so just let it ride. Because that's just not a lot of metal for it to absorb. These welds made it through. I think I may have needed a little bit more space there, but that's all right. Yeah, that's very hot. Got to let that cool. Nice. Dude, look at us. Freaking rebuilt the rocker. That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty neat. You know what? Coat rack. Calling it now. It's pretty good, dudes. Yeah, I'll just stitch that damn thing, that last piece in there. Yes, we're gonna have to put some heat into it to get penetration, but yeah, shouldn't be too bad. Shut off the gas article? Oh, all right. I mean, everybody, yeah, I suppose. I mean, it's not like the gas is flowing, but, you know, whatever. Gas is off, welder's off for now. Dude, we almost have a perfectly contiguous rocker from front to back. There is another piece I could probably fill in on the gap over there, but like that's towards the rear over here, down on this side, you know. Let me take a look. Yeah, there's a piece that I have left over. Man, I warped the hell out of this panel. Holy crap. That is doo-doo. How much freaking heat did I put into that damn thing? Oh, that's not great, man. Wow. The first rocker patch piece that I put in at the very back, that was probably like 4 or 5 months ago. It is warped to hell. We're gonna have to go at that with the hammer and dolly to get it straight. Always save the last bit, lines always leak. Good point. All right, I'm gonna take a whiz real quick. I'll be right back. Yo, I walked back in. I walked back into the shop, and I always get a nice 3/4 view of the car when I walk in through the door, and I'm like, I was standing over there, I'm like, whoa, where'd that rocker panel come from? Oh yeah. Yep, toilet is powered, waste tank purged. I'm gonna go stand at it and look at it from here again. Nice. Yeah, once we cut that straight, damn dude, that's gonna look pretty sick. And it's all silvery and cool. Yeah, I was like, oh, I did that. That's pretty sick. Cool. I have another spare piece here, this little guy. I want to see if this fits in that back area that I still need to do. Dude, it's almost perfect. Not even kidding. Nah, I gotta make a custom piece there. That's the only part of the original rocker that's even remotely savable, and it's still pitted. The only reason why I kept it is so I could get the height correct. Man, there's always more to do. All right, let me check on the heat on this thing. Is the drinker's side as rotted? It's not great. We're probably gonna need to do the same thing on this side. Yeah, we're probably gonna need to do that. Yeah, it is what it is. The worst, the suckiest part about that is that like the door jamb on that side is much nicer. So the jamb, I had to cut a good part of the door jamb out here, and you know, eventually we'll replace it. But the door jamb on the other side is nice, but I know what's behind it is destroyed. I can see it through a pinhole. So like the rocker, so if this is the back of the rocker right here, the door jamb would be right here, and it kind of, the door jamb's kind of this shape, and it laps over it like this, and there's pinholes, and this surface right here on the other side is gone. It's not there. So we're gonna have to do some cutting. The good news is that the rocker over there, like I said, is in better condition. So ideally I could just cut the piece out, check the back, make sure the back isn't pitted. If it's not pitted, we'll just weld it right back in. But not ideal. Like, yeah, worst case scenario, I just cut it in the same exact spot that I sectioned this sucker out in, and yeah, we're good. We may have to blast. With your system now, it'll be a lot easier. Exactly, with how I do it, yeah, exactly, Shifty. With the flanger and the hole punch, dude, that would have taken me so long to get that right if we were seam welding, and it would have looked like crap. This is strong. I know that this is strong. These plug welds they're penetrating, they're getting all the way through. So that's good. Yeah, and then after that, when we're done with that, then we got to figure out the rocker. The rocker is going to be a little bit of puzzle piecing, but it'll be cool. I got to get the rocker end caps, which they got shipped today, which is good. I got an email while we were working. That's that front piece that holds the front of the rocker to the car and conjoins it with the firewall and the cowl. Of course, conversely, it probably would have been easier to just replace the entire rocker, but I don't feel like taking the doors apart, so that's why we're doing it this way. This way works. It's not factory resto, but it'll work. Yeah. Part of the rear inner rocker is totally hosed over there. Man, I warped the piss out of this thing. This thing is so freaking warped. There we go. Pull it back. There we go. Jeez. I boogered the hell out of this thing. Oh my goodness. What dookie freaking work is this? It's mine, but shh, don't tell them that. Nobody needs to know. Okay? Boogers are better than rust. Yeah, you could tell that at the back of the rocker, you could see where my welding skills were, and then at the front of the rocker, you could see it's better because I worked from the back to the front, which is kind of funny. Removing doors sucks. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's not fun. Dude, I hate taking doors off of cars. I hate it. I hate it. It takes forever dude, it takes 2 seconds to take them off, and it takes 8 hours to put them back on and get them straight again. Even if you make witness marks, it still sucks, dude. All right, we good up here? Yeah, it's cool to the touch. We're all right. Let me get the welder back on, gas back on, and let's finish this. Finish him. Once again, that strip that goes all the way down, I'm going to cut it off. I just put it there so I could hold it in place, and so we can absorb some of the heat. More metal will absorb more of the heat. All right, let's finish this. Just cleaning this. Mine's very cucky, very gross. Okay. All right, let's do this. I'm gonna seam. No, that's not. I don't like that. I don't like that position. There we go. Ready? I missed a little bit, but I think I filled it. Filled the seam. Yeah, that's really hot. All right, let's do the other side. There we go. Nice. Yeah, the backside of that is really freaking hot, so I'm assuming we got good pen. Let me take a look. Yep, made it through. You can tell by the heat soak. Killer. Nice. I'll zap the rest of this off in a second. I gotta get my grinding wheel out. And just some other areas I gotta touch up here real quick. I gotta touch up here, but you guys can't see that, so just bear with me. I'm just filling in where there's a slight hole. There we go. Good. I'm just gonna plug up the rest of this. That's good enough. Maybe just hit this sucker with just a little. There. Cool. I'm gonna move down a little ways over here. Just fill up the rest of these things. Didn't like that. Not the greatest, but all right. I'm happy with this. I just splattered that a little bit, but it's fine. Okay, let me go shut the welder off, and then I'll get back at this with a grinding wheel. See if we can just smooth out that sucker up there, and then CAD. We gotta get cardboard aided design, and I think I might be able to finish the entire rocker with the gas we have left. I'm pretty sure I can. Making some progress, yep. Yes, we are, Guy. No, it's coming along, dude. Yeah, I gotta open up the door if you really want to see it, but this tripod is at the perfect height to be just above the damn door sill, but look. I got all this in. It's not the best welds, but it's not going anywhere. You know, right now I'm working on finishing up the front over there. See that? That hole is a weird shape. It's not a perfect trapezoid. So I gotta grind that sucker down and figure out what the heck to do. Just got another text. Sorry, I had a wedgie. Bray. Okay. All right. What else? Oh yeah, the trapezoid. That's what we're doing. Grinding wheel. That's what we were doing before that. All right, headphone users. The grinding wheel's coming at you. That's one piece again. See? See?
Discovery,
Look.
go at throttle up.
Go at throttle up. Focus. See? There we go. One piece. All right. How the hell are we going to make this frickin' thing? Who was that resubbing in there? Who that? Who in my house? Hey, Animad, what's up? All right, now we need to figure out, I'm gonna use CAD for this because I have no idea how this piece is gonna get made. You know what? Give me a slightly bigger piece of paper. Hold on. Give me some tape. Jarvis, give me some tape. I got an idea. So I'm going to put some tape on the back of this piece of paper, right? Like so. We have tape. Sticky side is facing towards you. And if we just tape this frickin' thing to the back side, right? And then I get my paint pen, right? Where's my paint pen? And then I just paint that. And then we pull this sucker off, and there you go. All right. There's the piece. Nice. All right, that actually worked. That worked pretty well. You picked a great time to tune in, Animad? Yeah, dude. Yeah, that should, look, and I even got some of the curvature, right? So we could attempt to maybe put some of the curve back into this thing, because yeah, it's a weird, this trap is always a weird shape. Also, there's a little bit of a seam up there. I filled it in, so that little thing at the top isn't like a scribble. That's something we need to make. I could probably get away with just welding, filling that in with weld, but now we very carefully I'm just going to leave a little bit of extra room on the outside of my lines. There you go. We good. Sweet. I'm still not sure how we're going to put that bend in it, but, oh, actually, I'm just put it in the brake at a certain angle, and then that should do it. Either that, or another thing we could do is just weld in the backside first, and then just hammer it into position so the welds line up. Okay. Let me just go make sure this fits again. Yeah, that's right. It doesn't fit exactly because we have to bend this. Got to bend it a little bit, so that's no problem. Just tap it in. Just tap it in. Just give it a little tappy. Tap, 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 taparoo. All right. I'm going to get some of my 16 gauge that I got left over here. Man, putting a bend in that is going to suck. But we can do it. We can do it. Let's go to Vivitar. Get Vivitard. So now I'm going to transfer the CAD over to this, over to metal. There you go. There's the piece. That's exactly what I need. So let's take this. And now I need to switch to my cutoff wheel, so we got to take the grinding wheel off. To the Vivitar. I need better cameras. Just cool. Let me get my headphones. Headphone users incoming. Incoming, it's going to be loud. Cool. The piece is down there, but it's still hot. I'm not going to grab it. I'm not grabbing it. I got to get my gloves. That's not the right camera. There you go, dude. CAD template, baby. Camera thinks it's 2024. What a piece of junk that thing is, dude. I swear. I got to deburr this thing. You know what? I can just use my gloves in the deburr here. I don't want to put that on the bench grinder. Article, thank you for this deburring tool. I know you're out there. Thank you. All right, so that's good enough. This thing isn't going to fit exactly right. We're going to have to put a bend in it. So I'm going to get my paint pen. I'm going to mark where I think the bend needs to be to get this piece to look right. So let's flip back over to rocker cam. And let's take a look. So if we line up over here, like that, where does this thing need to be? Where does that bend go? I'm actually going to guess that it's probably something like that. Yeah, that looks about right, actually. I mean, it's not, yeah. It'll be fine. Yeah. So if we put that bend in it, and we crease it right there, that should get it to fit. Just needs to be a little bit. I'm going to put this in my press brake, and we'll see what it does. I don't have a shot from the press brake. It's over there. It's blue. It's a Vevor press brake. It's really awesome. I love it. All Systems gave it to me. It's amazing. We don't need to do much. Just a smidge, just a little guy. Look. See? I just put a little bend in it. That was the right way, right? Yes, yes it was, okay. There it is, dudes. That's probably not exactly the right thing. It's probably not going to match the stamping from the factory exactly, but that will fit. I just need to lop a little bit off of the pointed edge up there, and then we're good. I'll do that on the bench grinder. I don't want to use the angle grinder holding this piece. Give me 1 sec. That should do us right. I know that's just a lovely noise, isn't it? It's pretty close. I got to get a little bit more of that off. I'll clamp this thing to the table. I can use the grinding wheel. It's not that big of a deal. Okay, real quick, just gotta. All right, let's see where that takes us. Took a little more of that off. I have a file over here. I'll just file the rest down by hand. That should be close enough. All right, let's check fitment again. That's not bad. It's still up the top, dude. The point edge is not great. Right now, I don't want to lop too much off, so I'm just going back and forth with the file. Just get a little bit more of that point off there. Down the bottom. Okay. Dude, I think we need to take like a couple millimeter off the entire front. That's the bench grinder. I'm gonna get this with the bench grinder and we'll do it there. Use gum to hold it. Why? I have magnets. How do they work? Don't know. All right. There we go. That took a good deal off of the front there. Dude, I've almost got this thing fitting perfectly. It's just, we just got to be patient. Now. Please hold. Your call is important to us. Please stay on the line. Our next available operator will be with you shortly. Well, the fact that I can make it go through is good. Jeez. That's super close, dudes. It's really close to being right. It's just down here. I gotta just take a little bit more off the front there. All right, Myers, see you, buddy. I'm gonna use the cutoff wheel. We're just gonna zip a little bit more off the front here. See what that did. Almost got it. This isn't the right shape. It really isn't. You know what? I'm gonna flatten this. The bend isn't in the right spot. Paper would have been a good idea, but I'm gonna take a dolly and hammer and just I have the hammer and dolly sitting on my Tang toolbox. All right, cool. I got the bend mostly out of it. Tippity tappy. Give it a little tappy. Tap, 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 taparoo. So I straightened it out. See, let's go in here like this and think about where this thing gets bent again. I just don't understand how there ended up being so much extra material on the front of this thing. I mean, but then again, I did say that there would be, so. Let me check something. I'm going to put another bend in it with the metal brake. Let's see what that does. Just a little guy up at the front. So I just bent up the front just a little bit. See that? Just a little bit down the bottom. I'm just going to use the file. A little bit more with the file. Come on. Dude, just a tiny bit more. Fitment check number 30,000. All right. Okay. All right. So I rewatched the A3 conference because I missed the first part. Did you hear Jared roast Starliner in his opening speech? Yeah, maybe Starliner someday. That freaking guy, dude. But it needs to be said, man. Like, they gotta freaking get their head out of their ass. Like, that program is so poorly managed. There we go. All right, let's see if that was enough material.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, we did a whole space news talking about the Artemis 3 crew, dude. That was kind of the space news for the day. That ran long. That was 4 hours. A little bit more. Hey, Farm. 19-month resub. Thank you. Just a little bit off the bottom, right there. I'm probably going to do it with the file. Just a little bit more off the front and we should be good. I hate that this takes long, but whatever. This is a weird shape, so. Cool. That's pretty good. Pretty good gappage all the way around. Like, you need to leave a little bit of seam here, dudes, or else you won't pan on the weld. Got to leave a little bit of a gap so the weld can fill it. All right, there's a little bit of material up top there. I'm just gonna. I I know that's not the right way to use the file. I get it. A little more off the top of the original rocker, and we should be good. A little bit more. Come on, you bastard. Just drop it, you know, whatever. That was a noise. Did I get it? Are we aligned? Fly. I'm pilot. There we go. That's it. I could probably go around the horn here just to get this thing to fit perfect, but that'll do, pig. That'll do. Okay. Welder. So I'm going to leave you guys here. I'll probably zap it from the other side. There. That gap up at the very top above the clamp, that was just me being a little too liberal with the grinder before. All right. Let's tack this piece in. We're gonna have to tack it, and we got to just be careful. Once again, I mean, I'm gonna warp it. I know I am, but I'll try not to. Okay. I'll try not to. No, there is no try. Do or do not. I had a kid, you know. Welder's on. Gas is on. We got about 180 psi left. Should be enough to do this. So, guys, I'm going to weld this on the other side of the door. So I'm going to leave that camera there. Just make space on the other side. I'm full of gas. We'll stop eating burritos then, man. All right. Let's go. So there is some yellow paint there, but we're not going to worry about it too much. Just because it'll burn off with the weld. Oh, I'm gonna have to do this lefty. Okay, do we have gas? All right, prepare to be blinded. Blinded by the welds. Make sure you safety squint. There we go. I didn't paint it. Son of a poo-poo doo-doo bear. God. Whatever, I didn't paint that other side either. As long as we fill up the welds, I don't think it's going to be an issue. But I think we nailed that shape pretty well. That's pretty good. All right, I don't think I put too much heat into this thing, so. Oh boy, you know how I just spent all that time making sure that piece was really nice? Yep, blew through it. Great, love that for us. We're gonna have to get the brass hammer out. That's okay. Damn it. I went through the freaking piece. Son of a beeswax. Yeah, it's melted on the backside. That sucks. Oh well. Spent a long time making that piece right. Wasn't patient. Too much heat into it, guys. I gotta let it cool. Oh no, not McDoo-doo. Not Mike McDoo-doo. That spot weld in the top right, or the tack in the top right, I missed. And I put too much heat right into that corner piece, and it eviscerated it real fast, which sucks. It's okay, I can fix it. Count 1, 2, then stop. Yep. Plate looks like it moved just a little bit, but that's okay. There's just too much heat over there. We gotta back off. And guys, I think what I want to do is put you guys over here so I can weld right-handed. But you can really see it right there. I screwed up. It's not straight, man. It's okay. I'll just seam that the hell out of it and it'll be fine. Yeah, the earth turned. That's right. That's what happened. So article, you're saying count 1, 2, and then stop. All right. I like that mid weld. You timed that one nice. Yeah, some of them are good. It's just, the other thing is just a weird angle. No, I'm close to getting a lot better with this thing, close, but no cigar, right? I'm like, it used to be like I get one good weld like every 5 or 6. Now it's pretty much a 50-50 shot, which is great. I should have just, what I really should have done is just incorporate this bend piece into this piece to begin with. It just would have been easier. I should have just made it and then just, you know, made the piece that goes all the way and then just figured out how to do it. But, oh, we're well past that, Jerry. All right, here we go again. Try to see if I can get the seam from the plate up there. It went through, like badly. Where are my clippers? Oh, they're over there. Let's see if I can get the brass hammer out. I blew through. I'm really happy you guys can't see that. Really happy that that one's just kind of up out of the way. There's my brass hammer. So I'm going to use the brass hammer as a welding spoon and put it behind it and then just I can't fit it. It won't fit. Ain't gonna fit. Just gonna have to go slow. I'm just backfilling in the area over there where it blew through. I went through again. God, fuck. I can't fit the damn brass hammer back there, dude, so I have to just slowly just cake on more and more. Here, let's get over here and see if we can do this. Went through. There we go. I got it to build. No more. Wait for that to cool. I'm just making a right mess of this. So I'm gonna move over here. Just building that stupid material all the way back up, dudes. It's the only way to fricking do this now, because I blew through. And you just got to rebuild the material. It ain't a pretty way to do this, but yeah, amateur on my part. Yeah, that panel, they went in crooked. It's all right, whatever. Let's just finish this debauchery so I don't have to show it anymore. No, you bitch. Oh. Well, more debauchery. There. Well, I filled it up. There, I plugged up all the holes. Oh my God, I suck. I'm so bad at this sometimes. Whatever, it's fine. Just gotta keep practicing, dudes. Grinder and paint makes the welder I ain't. Hey, pretty good seam right there. All right. Let's see if I can just keep that going. Yeah, no, or I could just blow through, whatever. Yeah, it's starting to warp. All right, let's just, there we go. And then probably just got to do a little bit more on the top here and I almost got it. Blew through again. I'm starting to think there's too much pitted metal up there. Well, that seam over there is nice. It's not pretty, guys. It looks like the Silver Surfer shot a load on the side of my car. But, you know, whatever. I don't care if this piece warps, to be honest with you. I just care about down here, and it's not warping. It's not pretty, but whatever. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I got a little lazy here. But whatever. It's fine. Moral of the story, do it not so fun. A viewer in chat told me to do a long time ago, make as big a piece as possible. Screw sticking around with small pieces, it's a waste of time. All right, let's see what chat has to say about that debauchery. Ah! Just slow down. Yeah, I got lazy at the end, dude. I don't like admitting that, but, you know, whatever. If I say it out loud, I hear it, and then we don't have to, then I can acknowledge it and move on. I still have some gas left, but, what time is it? Okay. The undercarriage beauty inspectors will be very unhappy. Better than you can do with a welder. Yeah, it's okay. There are parts of it that are okay, but most of it is pretty bad. It's this piece. I should just cut this damn piece out. I should have just cut it out. I shouldn't have, like, oh, I can keep it there. If I cut it out, I would have been able to get up there correctly, because I did down here pretty well. But, yeah, it looks like I did warp this just a smidge, but that's all right. It's okay, I'll hammer that all back flush and it'll look great. I have to paint this. Yeah, I gotta paint it, but yeah, no, that part is, yeah, exactly. I gotta just, that gusset piece for the inside of the frame rail, that thing on the left, I didn't have the right camera on. It's this thing. I shouldn't have done that. I should have just, because yeah, how the heck am I gonna get in there with a welder when this piece of snot is in the way? I mean, it's sealed up. There's a couple of holes over here, but I'll flap disc the hell out of this and yeah. 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 I mean, the welder's good. The welder certainly makes me look a lot more talented than I am. Shout out to that damn Lincoln welder. Any hole down here is going to leak water in the interior. Kind of, Metball, yeah. So in that area of the car, dude, when we're done with this, I really have to just get in there and just cake seam sealer everywhere up in there. This part is where the front tire is shooting road salt and all kinds of dirt and crap up into that area of the car. That's why it's so rusty there in the first place. So it's great, man. It'll outlast me. Yeah. No, it's fine. I'm just a little pissed that I burned through and then I got impatient at the end, but I'll fix it. It ain't no problem. We'll get it. The repair's still going to be strong since you went in with a heavier gauge steel. It's probably stronger than it was from the factory. Yep. What is this? Is it worth your time? New, I am rebuilding this car. It's tedious. It was very rusty. So I'm rebuilding the structure right now. It's just, yeah, it's a lot of work, man. This thing was rusty as hell. But yeah, I'm restoring it on stream, which is pretty cool. I don't know, you like restoring old cars, probably a place for you. That's a need some love. Yeah, man, right on. I see the progress in your welding ability. For me, it's all about support for your hands and arms. Freehanding is not great. How you doing? You look like you've had a day. Yeah. I tell you what, I was up till 4 in the morning last night. The reason why is because I just wanted to sit and watch. I'm like way behind on YouTube videos because I don't have time. So I wanted to sit and watch guys fix cars. That's what I usually do. Like if Tim Dodd hasn't posted, if Scott hasn't posted, if Phil Sloss hasn't posted, if there's no new NSF stuff, I just watch guys doing this. And that's how I learn. Sorry. So I wanted to get caught up on like cleater vids too and a couple other things. And yeah, I was up till like 4 in the morning. So I'm kind of like, I woke up at 9 because I had to get ready in the morning, clean some stuff up in the house and then come out here early. I love Phil's stuff, but man, it'll put me to sleep how he talks. Yep, bless you. Thank you. Yeah, guys, on the whole, I'm pretty happy with that whole rocker thing. That last piece just kind of pissed me off. I lost my patience, but we'll work on that. It'll get better. D8 dozer sneeze. That's right, dude. Let me, that thing's out of batteries. When I straighten all those edges out, this will look really, really good. But yeah, from far away, even my crappy welds up there don't look too bad. Holy crap, dudes, we got a rocker panel. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. Nice. Have the front rocker caps come in? No, they shipped today. Yeah, I need them. I have the old one right here. Yeah. I want to get this done before I want to get this rocker done before that cap comes in. Yeah. This is what the piece looked like. This piece wasn't, I mean, it's shot, but it was still mostly metal, mostly. A lot of the damage that I did to this thing was from where I ground out all the spot welds and then used a hammer and chisel to get it off. But yeah, this one's shot. We'll replace it. Another vid to add to your list. These guys are very entertaining. Who's that? Midwest Speed Works. Okay, I will subscribe. And South Omaha Speed. All right, we'll see. I'll subscribe, see what's up. Anyway, all right, dudes, we're getting up on 8 o'clock. Did we just do 9 hours of stream? We did 9 hours of stream. Nice. Hell yeah. All right, I'm very proud of myself. That's good. We are back. We are back, baby. We are back. All right, let me shut the welder and the gas off. There's still a little bit of gas in here left, but I'll probably going to do a tank exchange in the morning. Take it up to air gas. Air gas is all the way up, and it's not in the city, but it's close. Nice. This is good, man. You would probably like zip tie tuning. It's Alex and Andy from Linus Tech Tips. Oh. Cool. Cool. So yeah, that's if I get the tank exchanged, I'll clean up all that crap tomorrow. But yeah, I think so. What I'm probably gonna do, dudes, what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna take, how much do exchanges cost? It's not expensive. It's just argon and CO2. It's not a big deal. Like, I don't know. I'll tell you in the morning. What I'll do is I'll probably exchange the tank and I'll exchange the tank and then I'll just repair the rest of that rocker. Fix all the welds, grind it down, and paint it. That's what I'll probably do tomorrow morning. And then, I don't know what we'll do tomorrow afternoon. What's tomorrow, Wednesday? I'll think of something. But yeah. Still more to do. There's plenty to do on this damn thing. I certainly gave myself a lot of work, but we've added, that's 2 streams in a row where we've added stuff to the car and not taken it away. So, you know, that's pretty cool. Sweet. All right, I'm going to shut the garage. Yep, still plenty of work, but we will get it done. Damn, dude. I just want to section that dang rocker to get it straight on the bottom, to get that bottom edge nice and straight. And then we can hammer out the warps and whatnot. It's going to be sick. Nice. Nice. Pretty happy with this. Except for that last part, but that was on me. All right, dudes. That's going to do it for part 51 of the crew cab. Like I said, there's just a bunch of small stuff for that rocker. The next big car stream is starting to figure out the kind of methods for getting this thing into position. That's going to be fun-ish. It's going to be a good time. We also need to figure out a way to put reinforcements into that thing. I'll probably do that off stream. I guess you'll finish the rockers and the quarters before doing the floors. That's correct. Yeah. Part of me wants to cut the floor out now, but part of me thinks that what is left of the floor is the only thing holding the bottom of the car together, because the transmission crossmember is absolutely not. So, we got Luca on Artemis. That's right, Adam. We did, dude. We did. Yeah, that's awesome, man. So happy for Luca. That's really cool. Yeah, what's left of the floor is the only thing that's really holding this thing together, at least down here. So, yeah, you know, I'll do all this nice new rocker, right, and then we'll cut out, once this is all done, then we'll cut out the floor. Luca Parmentano is going to be on Artemis 3 Quasi-Stellar, yeah. All right, dudes, that's going to do it for me. We're getting up on 8 o'clock. We did 9 hours. Oh, wait a minute. Please close. All right, it closes. Good. It scared me. If the doors don't shut, sometimes that means that I misaligned something, but I don't think we did. All right, cool. So that's going to do it for me, dudes. It's 8 o'clock now. I'm going to head out. I'm going to go get some dinner with Bree. And 52, not 51. Thank you. 5150. I think we have, all right, guys, that's going to do it for me. I'm leaving now. Bye.